Ugh. Typical camera, screw visual effects. So how are you all doing? My Saturday so far has been pretty peaceful. We had Labour Day yesterday, which I actually took seriously and did nothing. I produced no labour whatsoever. It was brilliant. Good enough. Are you ironing, son? Oh yes, I saw you were posting something earlier. Faceless? Oh, I hope your dad's doing alright there, Faceless. Cloudy eye, that's a cataract, I think. Woke up a little early today so you get a bit more me time. That's totally reasonable to do. I usually do the opposite thing. I usually just go to bed even later if I need a bit more me time. Not a cataract, at least in this case. Okay. When you said it was cloudy eye, I assumed. Alright, so YouTube should be up. Okay. So, yes, we are currently playing Thunder at Our Gates. This is the new DLC that released last week and introduces Czechoslovakia. So we're going to do a new game, 1936. We're going to find Czechoslovak Republic here. Huzzah! And we're going to dive in with this. Now, my intention is to basically play historical, with the exception that we are not going to accept Sudetenland. When Germany comes knocking, we're going to go, no! And try to survive. I've tried this myself when just testing the game as part of the regular development, and I failed miserably. So hopefully I can do a little bit better this time around, but we shall see what happens. During the Great War, Czech troops fought alongside the Entente forces all over Europe in an effort to secure recognition for their nation. Their efforts were successful, and Czechoslovakia rose from the ashes of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Since their explosive entry into statehood, Czechoslovakia formed the Little Entente alliance with Yugoslavia and Romania, with the aim of suppressing Hungary's efforts to restore the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Although as resurgent German power grows, the political landscape of Europe is rapidly changing. Got to play lots of diplomacy to counter the Germans. So that is one of the options, where you can basically try to form the Little Entente, and I think that's probably the safest option. So we're not doing that. We are literally just going to try and stand alone until the Allies join the war, and then join the Allies. So we need to hold out early on for a couple of months and see where that takes us. I just hope that Germany actually declares war on Poland if they haven't taken Czechoslovakia yet. I'm not entirely sure how that works. So, we will select the nation. This is on historical, regular difficulty, Czechoslovak Republic. Marvellous. Meanwhile, we've had a couple of streaks coming in. Carnita with a 70 stream streak. 70? 70? Damn, that number surprised even myself. Have a good day all. A great day even. Emperor Blizzard coming in with a 67-month resub. Thank you very much for the ongoing support there. Emperor Blizzard and Macho coming in with a 66-month resub as well. Thank you very much for the ongoing support there to you both. Thought that was a check for Germany that they won't declare on Poland if Czechoslovakia is alive. I have a really bad feeling that's true. So we shall see what happens. Because at some point Italy will join the war. I wonder what happens if Germany just does not declare war on Poland. I mean, it would actually be good for us, because it means at least this part of the line we don't need to worry about. Whereas if Poland dies, then we do need to worry about that bit. And that's often where I die. No, it can't be, because they wouldn't have declared war. I think that's how I used to play, and then the Poland would still get declared war on. Anyway, research. We are going to start out with machine tools, construction, and research, the usual trifecta. Infrastructure. Where do I get free infrastructure? I know it's in a couple of different places. We also need to think about which political path we want to go. Let's actually think about that first. So there's coalition building, which is given to the Benesh faction. That is the historical path, I believe. Lockout STP, moderate Sudeten parties, reconciliation, or contact Heinlein, beat the crocodile, and try to survive, well, not survive, capitulate. Coalition building, negotiations with the autonomous bloc. This is the more diplomatic path. Central European Federation. Interesting. And this one would give Slovakia and Carpathia a bit more autonomy. Then increase funding from Moscow, that is fairly obviously the communist path. Trade debts, this is the Little Entente path, which is, I think, always accessible. Yeah, as long as you do coalition building. That's where you get the Little Entente, and then you can get Yugoslavia, potentially Hungary, Romania, potentially Austria, Switzerland, and if you do it fast enough, and you generally need to do this before France joins the Allies, you can get France. Which, when we streamed the Paradox office, we didn't do that fast enough. And then there is appeal to the castle, which is the monarchist path, and then the fascist path. So yes, I think we're going to give in to Benesh. Contact Heinlein. Which just has Germany improve relations with us. Historically, I think they did do that to try and basically piece their way out of this. It failed. Outreach to the Europeans. The Allies will be a tiny bit more likely to back us against German expansionism regarding Sudetenland. So maybe we want to try to get down to this before Sudetenland. I think that's reasonable. Because here we are trying to depend on our allies rather than forming a new alliance bloc. Because the Little Entente was more of a Hungary containment than a help Germany as a thing movement, from what I understand. There is a historical filter, that is true. I always forget that it exists. Yes, Benesh was right. I thought so. So we want to try to get down to there as quickly as possible. Okay. And then that's the political stuff. We also have industrial funds. And actually we want to do that because this time I would like to start the second fortification program. So we can try and get our defences up and running. The first time I ran this, I redirected the Fortification Council funds in order to basically try to get my industry built up as quickly as possible. It's really challenging to get the timing if you do that. So I think we're going to rebuild the fortification program. We're just going to go super ultra defensive and try to not die. I suspect if you go Little Entente, Communist, or Fascist, then the redirect Fortification Council funds would probably be a better path. But as it is, we're going to raise more industrial funds and do that straight away, because you actually start the game with this 105-day timer, which is an extremely short timer. From the time of Austria-Hungary to the present day, industry has been the heart of our nation. By providing essential budget and funding, it will continue to thrive in this troubled Europe. So Skoda priority will then become active, so we get the Skoda Works system. Civilian factory, Czechoslovakia, and you're going to have to excuse my pronunciation, I will try. Gains supply hub, consumer goods, and infrastructure construction speed, so this is good for my usual way of playing, which is infrastructure first. Alright, and that's done, so now I can do my infrastructure search to see where I can get some free stuff. And that's just construction speed. Construction speed. Bohemia, Sudetenland. You know what? Let's sort these out first. So where do I build first of all? Here. 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 Not buy any there. Okay, so this is Bohemia and South Sudetenland, so Bohemia does not get that, and then South Sudetenland. Trying to do this as efficiently as possible. That's no free infrastructure, that's no free infrastructure, so it's just these two. Okie dokie. Bohemia and South Sudetenland, if we get that, which we will not, because we're not doing autonomous block. And that seems to be it. Pretty straightforward. Yep. Okay. And then we have an army. Let's move the tanks and cavalry into their own thing. I might get rid of the cavalry. The tanks I think I'll keep, but the cavalry I think I might just turn into infantry. Yeah, let's do that. And we have 2 mountaineers as well. That is fine. Let's get you guys training. Military factories. At the start of the game... Oh, we actually get improved light tanks from the start. Let's not bother with the plane. Let's instead get anti-air. And just more guns. And everything has that set up. That's good. We do have an air force. I think I'm going to put you to daytime training. Yeah. Get you set up as well. There's a fun MIO I want to try today also. Hey, Desert Wolves. What would that be? Isn't this the second DLC with Czechoslovakia content? The first they got a personal focus tree. Same as Hungary, Romania and Bulgaria. Yes, I think so. Infantry equipment and strat bombers. Oh, the automatic weapons manufacturer. It's not just strat bombers, it's fighters too. Quite a few buffs for fighters. Okay, I'm intrigued. Doesn't look like you get as many production bonuses as under the regular branch. Maybe. Actually, yeah, you probably do. Except there's a lot of production cost, but we should have a relatively decent industry. I wasn't really thinking of going planes. I didn't even get a helicopter one. But we could. And then there is also the new MIO, which is the CKD Pilsen, which is a train MIO. And I know this because I requested it for Belgium as well. So how does one get that? Uheski Broad Ornament Factory. Oops. There it is. So you just need to get down to this. I mean, that seems doable. Requirement for size up. Oh, that's for Skoda. Right. So if I do this in fighters, I kind of wanted to do tanks though. Because I know we have good tanks. Do we have any unique tank stuff? We have the tank destroyer designer. Do tank destroyers still require less tanks for a regiment? I have a feeling that was removed. Can't tell. Because that certainly used to be the case, which is how you could basically do Space Marines. Also remember to build God's Natural Deterrent Static AA, aka the aim for the trumpet sound. We're definitely doing that, yes. Does the Tank Destroyer MIO include SPGs? Considering there is an SPG MIO, I very much doubt it. No, these are just Tank Destroyers. And unfortunately they're done by the light, medium and heavy rather than all. Which generally means that MIOs designed like this are really weak because you basically have 4 nodes instead of the 10 or 11 that you would normally get, which is unfortunate. Standardized production, though, is nice because it has such huge production efficiency buffs. Oh, and we get even more. One problem with going planes is we don't have aluminium or rubber. We do, however, have steel. Tiny bit of oil. Oil's going to be the other big problem. So I think what we might do is Space Marine divisions. Do I want to go heavy tanks? Standard production can go heavy, right? No, light and medium. I guess we go medium SPG? Not being able to make use of tank destroyers. I mean, I used to use tank destroyers almost exclusively when they required less units per regiment, but like I said, I don't know if that's still the case. I have a feeling that was removed. Can I make tank destroyer? Okay. It doesn't cost anything either. Let's... Is there no duplicate one? I guess not. Yeah, okay. Let's just ruin this design for a second. Oh, it's not changing anything because it was already the high velocity gun. And then we can go into here. No. So this requires 40 light tank destroyers, and if we have tanks, require 60. So it does require less. So yes, that is still true. Soft attack. Why would you ever do that? Actually, if you have secondary turrets, then that becomes useful. I really need to revise how these work. So no, I don't think I'm going to go with the new one, because I don't think I can do tanks and planes at the same time. I would like to try to get medium tanks at least. Finally, how does the tech for that work? 38, you can get them. 38's already kind of late for us, though. Do we have any tank tech buffs? Skoda Armor, CKD, Skoda Armor Pilsen. Which is the one I want to use? Skoda Armor. So it's the first one that gets buffed. More max speed. Ah, but not for medium. Division Defense Core on core though. That's useful. And that gets a land warfare facility in Sudetenland. Interesting. There are a lot of choices and options in this tree. Skoda has tech buffs for everything under the sun that uses metal tube to fire metal balls. Good to know. Alright, well, I think we are ready to unpause and see what happens. Oh, the other thing we need to be aware of is the fact that we have these sort of shortage of skilled workers. We need to start trying to get rid of those. Although I would not say that's incredibly important, because we're not building factories yet. But then there's other things like the... Yeah, this is just a straight up construction speed penalty. Is that here as well? Okay, so everything in Slovakia has the construction speed penalty, so we generally want to focus on the Czech part, for now. That will change later. What are my tank divisions actually like? Cavalry and light tanks. So, kinda terrible. But I think right now that's okay. And what I'll probably do is just replace the cavalry with infantry. I don't really care about movement speed at the moment. Readiness of the Armada. The reform efforts of the first half of the decade are starting to bear fruit. The army is currently one of the most modern in Europe, yet a sense of complacency has started to set in amongst some politicians and heads of the many industrial conglomerates. If our army is to remain at peak readiness, we have to fight against the possible doubts of our army's ability to fight and those who undermine it for their personal gain. So now we get army readiness. I like the fact that this tells you that you have a, hey, this is a balance of power system. Remember it exists. But I'm not going to worry too much about it just now. Skoda Works. The Skoda Works company produces a wide range of products from artillery to tanks, trains and naval guns. This results in a lot of versatility by shifting resources to where demand is the highest, which we can now partly direct. So we're currently on heavy industry. Interesting. Do I want to be on heavy infantry? Heavy industry right now. It takes a day to appear. No, it's in here. It used to be in the decision system. So this is trucks, trains, support equipment, civilian factories, consumer goods. But what I'm thinking is we probably want to go infantry focus. So we can start just racking up the number of guns we have. So the consumer goods from that's quite nice. So I think for the moment we'll stick on heavy industry. And now we're going to do the second fortification program. The first fortification program laid a foundation for defences that we need to build upon immediately. For the sake of our nation's future, we need to start the second fortification program as soon as possible and grow and develop our fortification lines. And that should get us just in time before that finishes. Sultanate also submits. We are currently using a bunch of fuel. Now if we go down this path, production efficiency retention, production efficiency growth. Versus war support. Entrenchment speed, planning speed. Minus 15% max entrenchment. Yeah, the first time I played this, I kind of got caught with this still unprepared. It was a bad combination. I'm just going to go and grab some tea. I'll be right back. I let the kettle boil, but I have not yet poured myself any. Alright, so you got. Pour myself some water as well while I'm here. Okay. I need to actually start these going too. So we have the fortification maintenance effort, which just gives us fort repair speed, but this mainly moves readiness up. It's a free way to get readiness. Fortification research gives us fortification engineering, stronghold network research speed, and fortification engineering research speed. I think we want to do the second fortification program though. This is a longer term thing. And we'll upgrade all of the forts to level 3. I really like how these these decisions work. Kind of wish I had something like this for Belgium, because they did a similar thing. But building forts through this system, reducing the fort construction speed, just makes sense. Smart, I like that. Okay, so we've done the second fortification program. Where do we go from now? Do we continue industrializing? I think we kind of have to. And where was it we wanted to get down to? This was the special armament area. This is where the tanks were. I don't think we want to reform just yet. Stock schemes, production efficiency, fighter production. truck production. Balance out industrial development. Max factories, infrastructure speed, which I do like. Max factories and state plus 20%. That's a lot of factories. Research slot and electronics. Versus this one. I really like this focus. Research speed plus 3%. When this national spirit is removed, gain 1 research slot. Takes a year. Some of the stuff they do in this focus tree is really good. That'll lead to civilian and military factories, civilian factories and construction speed with the industrial concern. That is for the infrastructure. So, do I ultimately want 6 building slots or 2 building slots but more max factories? I think I probably want this one. Especially as this also comes with the infrastructure construction. Let's do that. Leaving out areas outside of Bohemia and Moravia underdeveloped is one of the reasons our country started to get divided in the beginning of the decade. Growing areas in our country's exterior would help bridge the gap in industrial development between the 2 areas. We don't want to go too deep into this. Also, this one does not cost me anything, so let's just have you going as well. Just there in the background. But yes, what I was saying is we don't want to spend too much time on industrial, because that was the error I made when I was doing the stream with Moraine. Because we do actually need to do some of the political things, especially the stuff where we start to get rid of the penalties in Sudetenland and in Slovakia. Modders are masters of finding unique ways to utilize mechanics that are in the game. Yeah, and this is one of the reasons I actually really like working with modders. I think that game developers who ignore the efforts of the modding communities are idiots. Quite frankly. Now, I'm not saying that game developers should copy modders, absolutely not, but we can certainly use them as a way of seeing potential in new areas that we previously hadn't. The threat of German rearmament. The German Reich's recent remilitarization of the Rhineland has scared some of our military and political leaders. While many have faith in the alliances that the country has made and the preparation the army is currently making in the face of the possibility of a German threat, some, however, are not confident that we can stand against any. So now we have the weekly balance of power change -1. So it's like, hey, Germany's getting ready for war. Cool. Let's drop our preparations. So we're going to be constantly trending towards this, unfortunately. But I think we should probably send some observers to Ethiopia. We have the command power for it. And doing some live field exercises. That's also going to be increasing our preparations. So let's do both of those. Just have that ticking along in the background. Devs and modders can inspire each other. Hot of Iron is a great example of that. Yeah, 100% agree. There's a lot we can learn from each other. Ethiopia has made contact with representatives of Zbrojovka. Renault arms manufacturer is interested in smuggling our guns into the country. Despite the League of Nations sanctions against Ethiopia, Zbrojovka Brno is willing to go through with the scheme. Violating the League of Nations mandate would prove unpopular internationally if we get caught. So if we get caught, then Britain, France and Italy are going to dislike us. Is this a MIO we are actually using? Yes. Yes, it is. There's only 50 funds. Oh no, it's 250 funds. So it's either 250 and people get pissed off, or 300. 75% chance of being caught. And I actually want to get positive relations with the UK and France, so I'm going to say I'm not going to do it. Plus, this manufactory tends to build up pretty quickly anyway, because it's constantly making guns. Right, next up, mechanical computing. And then I'm going to continue on the industrial path. I think maybe shrink the educational disparity so we can get that research slot in April 37. No, it'll be 35 days after that. So May 37. Or we go for the factory. I have quite a few things I do want to research, so we're going to go ahead and do this. I forgot to figure that out. Our rural areas have been lacking the proper education that is offered to their urban counterparts. We need to fight these disparities with major educational programs aimed at those areas. And I think I'm also going to stop you guys from training because our fuel supplies are looking kind of low. I'd rather not have extra air accidents if I can avoid it. And training all of this, we gained 1.5 experience. Amazing. Second London Naval Treaty has been signed. Delegations Britain, France, Italy, Japan and the US met in December of 35 to discuss the Naval Treaty. Good for them. Okay, the educational disparities have been shrunk. So now I think we'll do the CKD secondary facilities. We could do this because we're still on heavy industry. And while I'm on heavy industry, it would seem to be a good time to do this. This one just needs heavy industry to not be the main focus. And this would let us get rid of the industrialist veto. Which does have its place, because it does let us build military factories faster. However, with the industrialist veto, we cannot start to mobilize. Although I tend to mobilize quite late versus most other players, or many other players. CKD has a lot of smaller secondary plants that produce some important industrial products, such as electrical generators. Expanding upon these plants would help the growth of the heavy industry. And this gives us another political advisor. And there's this one that gives us the construction company, which I'm probably going to try and grab. By probably, I mean I'm going to grab that. Right, let's construct these telephone stations. Is this repeatable? Probably not. A few factory building upgrades, yeah. It's really tempting to drop the readiness to get those upgrades. And if I was doing little entente, I probably would try it, but I'm not, so I'm not gonna. Let's do concentrated industry. And you've all stopped training. Continue. Not tanks. Okay, that is done. So we can devalue the krona, which gives us consumer goods factory and stability, which is basically always nice to have. This also reduces the time to do additional rail stations, bauxite imports, bail out Mosa, and expand central Bohemian mines. Using my Philippine system. Ryan helped me make this system, so it's not surprising that they've used it. Let's do this one first, though. Gives us extra factories. Also, 100% bonus construction speed. That's 38 days. That is 35. I think I'm actually going to do another focus first. So let's do this one. Because I want to start on the 37 construction, and then for the 39 construction, pop the 100% buff. So that means that we're going to be way ahead of time in construction speed, which I'm A-okay with. Having a strong currency is a dangerous economic position to be in as a country that relies on exports for a good portion of its economy. Weakening our currency may lead to short-term pain, but in the long run, we'll be better off having done so. Let's do it. Also, we have more military factories. What am I short on? I am especially short on guns. So let's make more. Can I? Yes, I can. looking to see if I can get conscription so I can actually expand the size of the army. So we have lots and lots of guns. I think I'm not going to sell them, which feels really weird because I love playing countries that just sell stuff early in the game to get more construction. But I am genuinely nervous about Germany, so I think that trying to build up as big a military as possible is probably the way to go. You can't really do that if you're selling guns. Spanish Civil War. Okay, there's construction 1, so now we're going to start on construction 2, which is ahead of time, but it's less than a year, so that's totally fine to do. And now that that's locked in, we can safely get the next 100% construction buff, and then use that for the 39. It won't immediately apply. Games of the 11th Olympiad. Alright, so we have the army experience. Because the thing that I'm looking to do is add AA. I mean, I could add them as a line battalion, I guess. And considering how many planes we're going to be up against, I probably should. I think ultimately we want to have something like this. And then eventually probably this. So yes, I think line battalion, AA, but we can't afford to do it yet, so it's fine. Fortification project has finished. Excellent work, gentlemen. Our most recent fortification project has been completed, and the resources are available to start another project. I like that you tell me that. Then I think I will start on the third fortification program. Gets us up to level 5 forts. Okay, now we can do the bolster domestic construction. 35 days. Our domestic construction sector has been steadily growing since we became independent after the end of the Great War. Providing additional investment in some of the medium-sized construction contractors would further strengthen this growth. And then with that we can get the construction company, which we can very well afford at that point. We can do field exercises, which I think is going to be good. And we're doing for guns. We have a surplus. Is it worth doing the fortification research decision since it cuts down on the time for the fortification projects by a few days? What to do the fortification research decision? Oh, this. Oh, yeah. I'd actually completely skipped over that. Yes, it probably is. Although we started this early enough that maybe we don't care. Now, I would love to do more industrial things, but I really think that we need to start thinking about political. Especially if we want to get down to this before Sudetenland happens. Which, spoilers, I do. The coalition that emerged in the aftermath of the elections must build greater unity amongst its members if it's to function effectively. Petr Malipeter's recent retirement as Prime Minister has placed further pressure on the broad coalition to consolidate its support. And this will also allow us to start getting rid of the divided nation penalties, which is actually a good reason why I've saved political power. Ethiopia has capitulated. Certain times. Huzzah! Maharo coming in with a 90-month free subscription. Thank you very much for the ongoing support there. Thank you. And I can also, now that I'm thinking about this, get the construction concern, which is here. favourite concern because it just makes everything faster. I do like my construction buffs, as you may know. Right, research slot. I think still ahead of time. Maybe radio? Maybe armor? I think I keep thinking of Thunder at the Gates, because in Thunder at the Gates, signal companies become significantly more important. Because of the deployed generals mechanics. Let's just go with the industry. Gonna try a work with Germany game real quick. I did that for one of the test games, but I think I ran out of time before anything actually happened. Bridging the divide. The Great Depression has done our nation no favours, economically or politically. Many regional economic and political issues plague us, and they seem to be getting worse even in the face of a miraculous recovery from the Great Depression. We need to tackle these issues before they divide the nation further. Okay, so we've got the coalition building. So now we can do the Benesh faction. And try to get these. That's a big readiness. Right, how do we... We have to do ready for anything to get rid of the backwards pressure. Because this basically locks in max level preparation. Oh, we need to have 200 fighters. No divided nation, no agrarian politics, no industrialist veto. Alright, so how do I get rid of the industrialist veto? If we go pro-industrialist. Because if you go down this path, you keep the veto. Okay, with these two you can remove it. So I think we will try to do that. So it is possible. Here's the other thing I was looking at. Well, for now, let's give in to Benesh. Milan Hudza needs to come to terms with the fact that his stint as foreign affairs minister has gone horribly. Edvard Benesh is ready to come in with his supporters within the agrarians and reinforce Milan Hudza's position as prime minister as long as he gives up his foreign affairs position. Cool. And now we can also start the integration efforts, of which there are many. I would say let's just work our way through these. I think these two are probably the least important. This will get demanded by Poland, and I think I want to stop them doing that, so we'll do that. Chinese United Front is formed. I'm kind of glad I kept the extra political power, but maybe I should get an advisor. Okay, advisors are quite cheap, so yes, we should. Consumer goods. Tank MIO cost. Electrical grid cost. That gets rid of preparedness though. Civilian construction speed. Captain of Industry, I think, is probably the best one for us. This does reduce our preparation, though. Our preparedness is kind of low right now. We should do some of these things. So let's do some live fire exercises. So that's just a straight up 20% boost. The field exercises as well. And the Red Cross. That should move us up pretty nicely. The army bonuses you can stack now as the Czechs are pretty filthily. Finland level filthy. Oh boy. Well, hopefully I have enough time to actually do that. Also, hey Garius. So Benesh faction is almost done. Now let's lock out the SDP. Yeah, do these two and then down here. I'd very much like to do these before Sudetenland. So I should probably do that, then that, then that. Oh, especially as this is a 420-day timeout on you. The SDP has nothing to offer our coalition. They seek only to cause political tension and smear our government's actions. In the name of good governance, they should continue to be locked out of any coalition. There's mechanical computing. Not quite. Bridging the divide. Divided nation penalty's gone down, and we got rid of the Polish separatism. So let's do the same for the Carpathian Rus. Because those are the true separatist areas which countries can demand off of us. And I'm hoping that getting rid of those modifiers means they can't demand them anymore. Meanwhile, we have enough political power now to change up our divisions in the way that I wanted. Namely, to give you... It was not sport AA, it was regular AA. And infantry and infantry. So this is going to be our standard infantry template. Who hopefully will be fairly capable at holding the line. We have engineers. We may want to get recon. Almost certainly will want to, but this is a good start. And also gives me another idea of how short we are on equipment. That's not very. We do want you to continue training though, because A, you need to get back up to scratch, and also I want to upgrade my tank divisions. Because right now, they kind of stink. Alright, let's rally the moderate Sudeten parties so we can start the timer for reconciliation. Some Sudetenland parties are willing to work with our coalition and build inroads with the government. Let's deepen those ties. Yes, let's. Meanwhile, we have enough political power to go up again. I think I might go to limited conscription at this point. And then just start churning out 10 more divisions. Gives us something to work towards. Does this DLC enable advanced beer distribution systems that's crucial for maintaining the morale of the Czechoslovak troops? Well, having had a Krusovice yesterday? No, Thursday. Czech beer is good. And as my Czech friends would say, Czech beer is the best. Bridging the divide has been done. So let's keep this going. Oh, we don't quite have enough political power. You know what? If we wait just like 3 days and we will. We have enough. So let's start working on Western Slovakia, because that is an area I know that we wanted to build up. In fact, we've already started on Southern Slovakia, but never mind. Do they advise checking it out? Yes. Yes, they do. But it was quite funny. I've visited Czechia a couple of times. I have a group of friends that live in Ostrava. They have very limited English, but they mastered saying, like, we go to the pub and they'd be just like, Czech beer is the best, Czech beer is the best. That was the extent of the conversation. Everything else we would have to do via translators. For that bit, they could say themselves. There was one pub that we went to, and after 2 or 3 days we would get there, and our table would be already set up with all the drinks that we usually ordered first, already like up on the table. It was quite nice. Beer is cheap there. When I went, it was... How much was it? It was something absolutely outrageous. Like 20 pence a pint or something absurd. I think it might have even been cheaper. I think it was like 13 pence a pint. Was it that low? I mean, this was Ostrava, and this was in the 90s? I think it was right around 2000, because I was 15 at that point. I think the drinking age in Czechia then, the Czech Republic, was 15. I think it must have been like 2001, 2002. I think it was 2001. So they hadn't been out of the Soviet bloc for very long. Bridging the divide in Slovakia is done. So now let's work on... Oh, we have a bunch more new ones. Oh no, these are Sudetenland. Right, yeah, we do need to do these. I would say Slovakia... Let's start with you. So that we can start ticking up command power again. Meanwhile, 100% research buff. Almost 2 years ahead of time, but we can do this in less than a year. Perfect. That's why I was doing that. And the Kist Uprising has also joined. Okay, so the moderate Sudetenland parties are done. Next up, Bastion of Liberty. And then this, and then this. And then I think we try to go down as far into this as we can. We have been one of the few truly pluralist countries in Europe east of the Rhine this decade. Let's ensure that people don't forget that. Meanwhile, manpower is flowing into our new divisions. We have enough political power for another advisor. The Economist is very cheap. Industrial research speed, although I dislike the lack of preparation. Same with you. All of these guys reduce readiness. I mean, the other thing I could do is get a chief of army. It looks like we get our better people if we do the reform, so maybe we'll hold off on that. My theorists, I think, are generally kind of rubbish at the moment. Used to be around 22 to 25 crowns for a pint in pubs pre-COVID, about €1 slightly under. So 2 to 3 times that now, and 4 to 5 times that in Prague. In stores it's still about the same. Drinking age was always 18. Then I must have been 18. I mean, that's still only 2003. Was I at university at that point? No, I think it was before university. I think it was 20 pence a pint. Because the other thing I remember is we went to McDonald's and there was a group of maybe 20 of us. It was a youth organisation thing. And I paid for everyone's McDonald's and it cost me £5. for 20 people's meals. Which, as someone coming from London, was amazing. Bridging the divide is done. So next up, let's do the economic investment. Then after that, we do the integration efforts. We'll do another fortification effort, just so that we can keep our preparation as high as possible. Alright, Bastion of Liberty is done. Let's reorient the broad coalition. The Broad Coalition has been the leading bloc in our government for many years. The various political parties it encompasses have made the coalition increasingly difficult to lead. A reorientation of the ministerial policies is long overdue. Hindenburg disaster, oh the humanity. McDonald's in Germany sells beer, just a random fact that I know. Yeah, it's kind of interesting how McDonald's changes depending on the country it's in. Like a friend of mine was in China recently, and this is Pizza Hut rather than McDonald's, but the Pizza Hut there was kind of KFC meets Pizza Hut. They had like various different types of fried chicken and burgers and things like that, as well as pizzas. Because they wanted to make it a broader interest. It's known since the first minutes of Pulp Fiction. True. %, cheaper field hospitals. Is manpower going to be a problem? Probably. We have a decent population. Logistics should not. I think we want interwar artillery just so we can start working on you. Concentrated industry 2. Now let's start getting these guns upgraded. Extra defense. Make ourselves a bit tougher. Now I have enough political power to change these around. I think I'm going to get rid... Oh, she goes 30. Do I just keep cavalry in here? Just doesn't really do much for me. And the alternative is we put tanks in here. We would need a lot. You guys are still waiting on AA, but that's fine. Bridging the divide continues to prove effective. Alright, let's start on the Sudeten territories. Broad Coalition has been reoriented. Compromise with the veteran agrarians. The agrarian old guard is a hurdle in making inroads to the growing urban electorate. We need to compromise with them to achieve our goals. How many fighters do I have deployed at the moment? Have I seen that? Yes, 153. So I do need to make another 50 planes, which is a bit annoying. Multi-roll is medium. I think CAS will be really helpful for us. I'll go light. Just have you ticking along in the background. In the future, could you try France Expanded mod? It brings very cool content to the country. Yeah, maybe. There are so many games I want to be playing at the moment, though. It's kind of ridiculous. We should do some more of these. Field exercises. How do I get these? Bribery, investigation. Ah, the armed forces reforms. Yeah, we should do those soonish. This is the worst of all possible worlds. Cinderberg and Amelia. Marco Polo. Chahar has capitulated. Okay, so now we can do the outreach to the Western powers. Ah, we need 150 fighters for this one. Yeah, okay, we have to be building fighters. This is kind of annoying. The Western democracies say they have our back, but we need to make further inroads with them to make sure that their words will also come with actions when it matters most. The other thing is, what is Skoda up to at the moment? So it is level 4. I think right now I want infantry focus, so I can just pump out as many troops as I can. Higinio Maringio takes power in Paraguay. Stalemate has been bridged. Let's keep that going. And fortification efforts. 3 more days. Yellow River has been blown. Okay, so now we wanted to do the fortification research because it means we can do this one faster. So let's get that going. Fortification projects is finished. Excellent work. So we now have level 5 on all of the borders. Once the outreach is done, I think I'm going to do the reform just to unlock a bunch of new things. And then we go back to trying to get allies. And the other thing I will then need to do is grab any fighters that we have and send you to reserves, where we have 156. Perfect. However, then I need to get another... it was another 200 which have to be deployed. So we need 350 fighters total. Okay. Alright, so now we're going to do armed forces reform. By continuing to modernise our armed forces according to the planned schedule and reassigning military regions towards our provincial headquarters, we'll achieve better coordination in any potential conflict. In August 37. Fortification projects is finished. So then we can start on the big one. This gets us to level 7. It'll take 295 days. So this is getting a little close to when the conference will occur. But I say go for it. And then that's the last of the Sudetenland, so we shouldn't have the Sudetenland problems anymore. At least not nearly as many. Yeah, I don't think we need the fortification tech, because this can basically just ignore it and go over the top. Because it sets it to level 7, which is actually the maximum here in the mountains at the moment. We can deploy some more units, I would say go ahead. Masaryk passes away. Masaryk was a stabilizing figure in Czechoslovak politics for well over 2 decades. When coalitions were thought to be impossible to build and political impasses too big to overcome, Masaryk, time after time, was able to pull off political miracles to help strengthen and grow Czechoslovakia into what it is today. His presence will be greatly missed and will be felt throughout the nation. 15% stability is a pretty big hit. So we're still at 81, we're still quite stable. Right, armed forces reform is done. I don't think we need this one. I think we need this one. $70 days. I think we need these two for sure. And then we're going to go back to industrial. Yeah. At that point, I think that my political stuff is good enough. We're just waiting for this. Oh, we need to get rid of divided nation entirely. I mean, we're actually almost done with that. So I think that's going to be totally feasible. Okay, supply fighters to the Allies. The British and the French governments are very afraid that German planes could quickly defeat their defences and target their cities if a conflict starts. Strengthening their air force may therefore make them a little more confident in their ability to halt German expansion without the significant loss of life. And we can also do some junior officer recruitment. That sounds good to me. And the foreign attaches also sounds good to me. Let's pump up that readiness. Because those are rookie numbers. And we just... hang on. We just got the new guys. Army Reformer. This guy just gives us a lot of experience. Although Army Defense is also very tempting. I think we go for Mikolas Dolzal. And we have sufficient kit. I am really tempted to put light tanks in these units. Still be 1200 short. How many tanks do these have? 120 times 4 is 480. So we'll be 800 short. This boosts our armor to 11. Although regular division's piercing... Oh, it's actually my AA that's giving us the piercing. That might be enough armor to resist early German attempts. Although the alternative is armored recon companies. That's actually more tempting. This is also significantly cheaper. This makes tanks and armor variants better. It's not really what we need. Armored recon is really a tank division thing. Cheap armor I don't really care about. I mean, the other thing I can do, which is probably a better idea, is we take this division and just call it the Peshi Divizia Armor, because that's definitely how you say it in Czech. And then we're gonna make you have a tank icon, which is gonna be this one. And then we add light tanks to you. We're gonna remove these entirely. And we're gonna grab maybe half of these. And change you to this. We'll see how short we are still. Okay, technologies. So it is October 37. It is now definitely time to start working on the medium tanks. In terms of research. Only 2 things left to go. Meanwhile, 2 more divisions. These guys should be in a separate one because I want you to train up and then stop training. These have enough resources for basically infinite. Although at this point, I have a chief of the army. So let's just have you train normally. Up to full strength. Okay, Skoda Artillery. Let's make you hang on. Yeah, more efficient. And also you, more production output. And what we can basically do is just keep on adding tank divisions, slowly but surely over time, to this unit. France and Britain announced their alliance, that's good. Let's put you guys on the front. Let's have you guys... also on the front. Let's make you yellow. You purple. Hate how the facts like these are purple units, so they're blue on the map. Why? I can't do this yet. Because they haven't guaranteed us. How do I get them to guarantee me? Maybe it changes the events since you did the focus. I don't think so, because this says significantly more likely to back us against German expansion during Sudetenland. I haven't actually done the focus yet. I can certainly improve relations with them, sure. Damage reductions against caps. Oh, these are nice. Well, now I think that I need to do this to get rid of the veto so I can start to mobilise. Our large weapon export industry is what got us out of the economic depression. Turning around that trend would be dangerous politically and economically. Staying the course is the best course of action at this time. Any threats to us are overblown anyway. It's fine. Everything's fine. I'm producing 2 fewer of these. Industrialist has not happened yet. We need to keep an eye on for that. Well, tension's not 25, so they couldn't even if they wanted to. True. Triple divide. Last one. This will remove divided nation. Need to remember to check over here again. 234 days out of the 420 required, so we're not going to be able to do that for a bit. And we have some more military factories. Well, it really is AA that we're short on, so let's dedicate 3 to anti-air. And then... Oh, I can't. Oh, we have to be fascist. One unaligned. Well, I guess we're doing this one then. Which gives us the early mobilization. So be it. The industrialists and conglomerates have held back our ability to rearm effectively for too long. It's time we chose for them, for the sake of the nation. I didn't use any of their civilian factory building, or military factory building stuff anyway. Yeah, December 37, we really need to start switching. Start doing that now. Although we're still going to have the civilian industry penalties, minus 30%, which sucks. And now I don't have the political power to do the things I want to do. Classic. Healing the divide. Having tackled many issues within the country, the tensions within our nation seem to be subsiding. After finishing many economic and social programs, it now seems our country is starting to heal. Huzzah! We are one step closer to ready for anything. So we still have agrarian politics and the industrialist veto. Industrialist veto is gone in like 5 days. Oh, we need more than 24 civilian and military factories. And 400 troops in the field. I mean, the 400 troops in the field should be doable. Let's do that. Let's do that. Our readiness is pretty high. But we're not having to struggle too hard to keep it that way either. Production. What is actually producing this? CKD, you're on the wrong one. Now you're on the right one. Damn it! That's annoying. Okay, so the industrialist hand has been forced. We're on early mobilization, we can get to partial. And at that point, I'm feeling a hell of a lot happier about my situation. I don't think it's time to do those just yet. This will get us a land warfare facility. Which I kind of like the sound of, so tank focus time. These just require not industrial and level 4. 5. Can we even get to 5? No, our maximum is 4. I haven't yet seen how you actually increase the maximums. But I would love to have that experimental land facility. Moving some of our existing armory locations will be costly investment with little long-term gain. Expanding our existing locations would provide the benefits and opportunities to expand production to research and development at these current locations, even at the risk of them being locations that are easier to attack by possible enemies. Romania secures Hungary secures Romanian support for rearmament. I'll just say fine. Like 1 infantry equipment tech for... Yeah, we're already working on those. We already got that first one. We just need these 2. Meanwhile, we have enough tanks where I can make 2 of you into tank divisions. Need to be allied to a major... Okay, agrarian politics. How do I get rid of that? That's how. Okay, that's pretty easy. And we probably want to do these because those are quite potent army upgrades. Computing machine is done, so that's nice research, and then suggestion was to do more of the infantry equipment, so I kind of agree with you. Have a surplus of artillery. The surpluses rather suggest that we should probably train more divisions. Although what I think I'm going to do is beef up the strength of the mountaineers. Is that really worth it? Mountaineers are more for pushing through mountains than defending them. So you know what I'm actually going to do? Mountaineers? What mountaineers? Because no, that is not worth it. Okay, deepen ties with the tradesmen. Let's get rid of the agrarian politics. The tradesman party is popular amongst the middle-class urban voters. If we empower and work with them, we can make inroads to the urban electorate while not alienating our rural voter base. We also have a scientist available. And we can actually do military engineering vehicles, which I'm super tempted to do, because they are quite good. Let's do it. And then we have another military factory. We are still short of support equipment. Let's do another one on you, and then everything else on guns. Just so we can expand the number of boots in the ground we have. Because we're at 300,000 now, which is respectable. Especially as we have so many of them have tank divisions. Or tank regiments, rather. Do I need engines? No, I need bigger cannon. Production efficiency cap seems reasonable to me. Live fire and field exercises. That should get us to like 90%, I think. Meanwhile, 60 days in the fortifications. Yeah, I'm going to move this when the border actually moves. I'm not going to bother before, there's no point. Factory output. So the maximum is 4. Yeah, I think continuing down these is probably what I want to do. Although that is civilian construction speed. And that is something I'm doing more of. So you know what, let's just do this. The VHHT is a company that includes many different metalworking plants throughout the country. Investing and expanding them will help us improve many different areas of metal production down the line. We have basic medium tanks. I think I'm going to get basic engines just to ensure that we have that. Okay. I think I'm going to go for a fixed superstructure. Improved small cannon. I am tempted by a support gun. You know what? Automatic cannon. Cheaper than the support gun. Yeah. And then suspension. Bogey, because it's cheap. I think. Do we produce chromium? We do. But I want cheap. Cheap, cheap, cheap. Moves the same speed as infantry. Tons of armor. And extremely cheap. This is cheaper than my light tanks. And basically the idea is we slowly but surely over time replace the light tanks with the mediums. Yeah, I know I was going to do those as well, Carnita, but I'm just not feeling the pressure in terms of military yet. I'm sure I will. Okay, let's switch to mediums. So basically the idea is we keep the ratio of armoured versus non-armoured that we have at the moment. We slowly but surely start giving medium tanks to our non-armoured divisions, and then once they are all armoured, we start replacing the light tanks with the mediums. We don't really need reliability on those units. They have a reliability of over 100 because they're so cheap. Partial mobilization, that's what I meant to do a while ago. So now we can full speed build up factories. Let's do this. And this. And now we industrialize. May 38. This is fine. What could possibly go wrong? This is about to blip up to like 90. 89. So we've gotten rid of all of the negative national spirits. So now we just need the factories. We're actually only 2 civilian factories away from what we need. We need to double the amount of military. But with the amount of infrastructure and the amount of civilian factories we have, getting those militaries is going to be extremely quick. 200 fighter aircraft. We're working on that. We are currently at 46, so I think the fighter aircraft might be the slowest thing for us. Ah yes, Austria switched. Thank you for noticing, because I would have missed that. You know what I'm going to do? Ooh, martial line. And let's also start thinking about officers. I don't like any of you. I'm going to promote you. So our field marshal is going to be Votruba. Our tank guy is going to be Hassal. And you know what, other way around. Let's make this Homola with the extra attack, and you can be a Hassal with the infantry buffs. Okay, meanwhile, Bossman. Unyielding, no. Defensive doctrine for that max entrenchment, definitely an unyielding defender. That looks good to me. And with all of that, we are going to be able to get 19, 21, 28... 21.8 entrenchment. I'm okay with this. 22 days and then that's done. So that is more construction factory construction speed. Sorry, construction factory. Civilian factory. Although they are also technically construction factories, so that still works. Production efficiency growth, which I don't care about so much. These are military factory things, which I definitely do like the sound of, and I think right now we are still in this theatre. Although Munich conference is coming, so no, you know what? We should start doing these. Even in the face of great odds and impossible tasks, our country knows that our national motto, truth prevails, will ring true when all is said and done. Seek the truth, speak the truth, and it will prevail. And the other thing we're getting to do is clearly Berlin must fall. Five, four, three, two, one. Level 7s. Okay, so Sudetenland is now extremely heavily fortified with level 7 forts the whole way around. Which is good. Then I think I'm going to do another maintenance. Ah, this adds anti-air. Well, we're definitely going to need to bolster against Hungary at some point, but right now let's fortify the crossroads so we can get some more defences inside, just in case. And yeah, AA is good. I would very much like to get AA. We're going to get one for free, so let's do 2 more. We'll do that in there. What prevails is done. Reassure the army. I would like, but that's wasting 15% of readiness. Ah! Complete reconciliation. That's 70 days. When is Munich conference? I don't know. We wasted 35 days of that. So if they declare war 35 days into this, I'm going to be very annoyed. We've put in the work to build the bridges of trust. It's time to reconcile with a fellow countrymen. That is ahead of time, but that is reasonably ahead of time. Oops. Just going to bring you up to maximum strength. Do I have enough trains? Maybe not. So even with the new construction stuff, I have enough artillery, so let's drop you down a bit. New president in Uruguay. Research of better guns is done. Regional Defense Force of Aragon's also gone, but the Civil War is still going. Now let's upgrade the AA. Mass rifle production, I think. What I'm going to do is I'm going to improve relations with you two once again, just in case. And then I have enough political power to get something else. You know what? Let's save up for the infantry genius. We've just saved up for the infantry genius. Let's get him. Don't think we need the better engines. Can, however, you know what, let's go for the production first. We don't need the factory capacity. But we are over the limit, so let's get you building now. Do this. 370,000 men in the field. We're going to need to go up one more conscription level, I think, to be able to get the guarantees. Um, Did I work on this DLC? I did not know. Hey, Lady Magnus. No, this was done entirely by modders. In the wake of the recent German Reich interest in annexing the Sudetenland, paramilitaries have started engaging in skirmishes against us. They have started to attack government buildings and are undermining our defences in a few areas. If we hope to improve our military situation in the area, we need to deal with these paramilitary groups. People in the Sudetenland have started an armed revolt against the Czechoslovak Republic. Reports have started coming in that paramilitaries have started to attack police stations and government buildings throughout the region. This has been triggered by recent news that German Reich seeks to annex the region. These revolts seem to prelude a larger conflict between the German Reich and Czechoslovak Republic, a conflict that now seems unavoidable. But I'm about to do the reconciliation. I'm annoyed that that didn't finish a couple of days earlier. Crisis of confidence, I will deal with those now. The recent news of military aggression against us has shaken the government to its core. Milan Hodza has lost faith in his government's ability to lead the country through the crisis. He demanded that Jan Strovi take command of the situation and lead the country. Jan Strovi has said that he is reluctant to lead, however. In the light of this, Milan Hodza has told him that he has no choice but to take command and lead us through the crisis. Yes, we'll take you. Fourth International. A number of communist delegates from around the world met in Paris today for a founding conference. Meanwhile, Let's demand those stronger guarantees, shall we? Despite our existing treaties and alliances, we need to make sure that our partners do not abandon us in the time of desperation just because it's easier for them. We need something stronger than a guarantee. Now, because this has already begun, I don't know if this is going to finish in time. Which, I have to say, seems like a bit of a weird design. Because I don't know that you can ever physically finish this in time. However, one thing I can do is get a Grand Doctrine. Ah, but which one do I want? This can get max entrenchment. This can't. Line artillery, soft attack. We're not hugely reliant on line artillery, though. Less entrenchment speed. No, I think Grand Battle Plan is going to be the one for us. And then I would love to get mission type tactics just for the extra organization. Especially as this is a 70-day focus. Production efficiency cap, and gain. Let's do that. Meanwhile, technology. Ah, we got the better artillery. Excellent. Let's upgrade you. Let's upgrade to tier 2. How are we doing for tanks? We have 109. So I think what we can start doing is grab you. I'm going to make this a duplicate. Get rid of the copy of, and we're going to call this Pegi Divigi Medium Armor. I'm going to give you a skull to show that you're heavier. We're going to make this medium tank. And with the medium tank, we're going to turn you into... This only costs 50, so we can actually afford 2. And put you 2 in there. Move 2 of you back. There we go. Starting to get the medium tanks. Those 35 days wasted might be the reason. Maybe? Feels weird that it has to be so precise. Like, if you don't get the precision exactly on. I feel like the guarantee should have come in like 70 days earlier so you can at least adjust. Yo, you remind me of Gareth from Paradox Interactive. Yeah, someone out there has been cloning me or something, I don't know. The Tsardom of Bulgaria approaches the German Reich. The Bulgarian government has signed a commercial agreement with several German companies. Seems sus. Well, those divisions are actually almost done training. Munich Conference. See, you can't physically do that focus. It's impossible. This really should be a 35-day focus. I'm just going to message Marion with that. Because grr. I'm annoyed about this. Where is he? Good, no strong guarantees. German demand for our territory in the Sudetenland region have become increasingly hostile, and now their forces are massing along the border. A conference is being held in Munich, where European leaders are discussing the future of Czechoslovakia, but we haven't been invited. Fortunately, it looks like the Allies will stand by their earlier promises of support. They have threatened Hitler with war if the borders are violated the slightest. Despite this, we must prepare for an imminent German attack. Alright, let's throw in a save here. Sorry, talking here in the background about how to improve this. Issues. Okay, so Guardian of Central Europe. I don't think we need to bother with that. What we need to do... I'm already at maximum preparation. How far am I from getting rid of this? Still don't have enough troops, still don't have enough mills. I haven't built any mills, actually, since that started. Well, now I think it's probably time we invested in our military. Military factory construction speed. This also increases preparation. Ah, but this will... yeah, that probably works. Entrenchment speed, recon bonus while entrenched. Could start preparing for the Navy. I think we probably want to do the National Defence Act. Oh. Army experience gain minus 25%. Removing that would also be quite nice. But I think we're going to do this one. Also increases war support. This Defence Act encompasses all measures, whether military or otherwise, intended to counter any threat to or attack on the sovereignty, integrity, unity and security of our nation, under the supervision of the Supreme Council of National Defence, NROS. Mordred, do you have any work from home days in case I'm in Stockholm and want to bother you at work? Technically we're not allowed to have work from home days, Lady Magnus. But next week I'm going to be working from home probably all week, because we are now in focus mode on Thunder at our Gates. And I said I need to stop having interruptions in order to actually get things finished. Okay. So that one focus to demand stronger guarantees can't be taken, even if your main aim, because France will always do buy time first, cancelling the guarantee. No, the guarantee was not the problem. The problem is that it's basically calculated to be a 35-day focus before the 70, rather than another 70, but because I was doing a different 70, i.e. the reconciliation, it overlapped by 35 days, because they're not lined up anymore. So I had to do 35 days to finish that one before I could do the 70-day focus to do the stronger guarantees. Whereas if the stronger guarantees were 35 days, then you don't have that overlap problem anymore. Or, and actually this is the solution I like a bit more, is as soon as you start the stronger guarantees, where is it? It gives you the effect, but then locks you from cancelling it, so you can't cancel it anymore. So then as soon as you hit this one, you start getting the effect, which means the timing doesn't matter nearly as much. But you're locked in finishing it, so you still have to spend the full 70 days to do that focus. Just for timing's sake, I think it works better. I can't see how long these are. But yeah. Because most focuses in the game are done on 70-day chunks. But the 35-day focuses can move you out of whack from that 70-day chunk. And that's what's happened here. So the designers assumed you would still be on the 70-day chunks, but I was halfway through the next one because the 35 days had shifted it. So I think the fact that they're close is fine. But at the moment they're kind of backwards. And there's the declaration of war. German demands for the Sudeten border in Czechoslovakia, which is home to a considerable German minority, have intensified recently. At a summit in Munich, Germany, Britain, France and Italy sought to find a diplomatic solution to the so-called Sudeten crisis. The talks appear to have failed, however, with both Britain and its allies uttering stern warnings to Germany that if its troops crosses the Czechoslovakian border, the result would be war. Time seems to be running out for a peaceful solution to the dispute. Let them come. Alright. Are we ready for this? We never rooted out these paramilitary cells. Which actually, considering I got the full reconciliation, is a little bit weird that those are a thing. But there's our 30 days. We need to hold out for 30 days with penalties. They're only attacking in Bratislava so far. I think what I'm going to do... Do I deploy these now? No, I'm going to wait until those are needed. We're attacking here with 3 tanks. Is that 4 here? Yes, 7. And we're currently working on the National Defence Act. Ah, did we get the AA up? We did! Yeah, we've got level 3 AA everywhere. Well, let's bump that up to 5. On all of our borders. I'm watching this carefully. Now that is unfortunately not one of my tank divisions. However, what we can do is grab you. Bring you in. And that is a tank division. We could even grab one of the medium tank divisions to trial that. You know, I like that more. We should be able to get there in time. We have pretty good infrastructure throughout our country. State AA doesn't do anything in battle. I think it reduces CAS impact. Let's remind myself what it actually does. Industry bombing damage reduction, other bombing damage reduction, anti-air minus 36. Superiority, air support. Minus 90% impact because of the fort there. Experience, air support plus 15%. Actually, the other thing I can check is over here and here. AA, we're shooting down planes. That's what static AA does. Alright, tank. We need you over here. Meanwhile... Ah, we're actually in the Allies now. That's good. So automatically moved us in. Oh, we haven't called them in. Yes, please, do join. Welcome to the war, guys! Alright, speed 3. Let's go. going to get there in time? Yes. Ah, they ran out of organisation before I did. Neener, neener, neener. But now I'm going to stick this medium tank division here, and if they stop attacking for any amount of time, then we'll actually get some defensive buffs. They can't pierce my armor. Oh, yeah, they can't pierce his. 50% resistance. We're good. We're good. Medium tanks, we are ready for another division. Don't mind if I do. Let's just turn you into one. Oh, you know what I should have done? I should have promoted this guy. Then I'd have 2 medium tank divisions there. And then at that point, it's kind of like, bring it. Cool. So, now we just need political power to go to war/total mobilization. Fortification project has finished. That was the crossroad buffs. Now the next area I do not trust is Hungary, which is actually part of the reason why I'm training these divisions, so that we can put you in Hungary. Because I'm fully expecting a backstab to happen at some point. Meanwhile, National Defence Act is done. Reassure the army I don't need to do, we're already maxed out. That is a recruitable population factor, which I would quite like to have. But I think I need to continue on my military buffs. That is 15% recruitable factor. All of these are increasing army readiness, which I don't really need anymore. Let's mobilize the reserves and get that recruitable pop factor. The tension at the border is worsening. We must call up the reservists and pre-selected military specialists in accordance with their mobilization cards. And we have 16k troops, so now I would say let's go ahead and get those. Go ahead and deploy you. New unit. You're going to be assigned to the Hungarian front. Except for that one. Which hopefully means that we can get a man in every position. Available special projects, right, because we finished the special engineering works. I think I'm okay, just waiting for breakthroughs. So, with those researched, what we can start doing is researching the upgrades. So we could get, for example, armoured engineers. And seeing as we're very good at building tanks, that's going to be pretty nice for us. They are bombing the shit out of my trains. I need to research armoured trains. I've forgotten to do that. Hungary renounces Trianon. That's not good. Meanwhile, France is pushed out of Maginot. Here come the French tanks. AA upgrade. I think now it's time for me to research and improve land forts. Wait, I was thinking of something else. Right, armoured engineers. Not yet. Because the other thing I've realised I should also do, because right now there are none. is fortify the Hungarian border, because that's going to be a bad time. Listen here, all you Char B1 haters. It was a wonderful tank. Charge ahead, you beautiful steel behemoths. I always rated the Char Bs, actually. Fully cast tanks, they were basically impenetrable. We just didn't have enough of them. And those they did have were kind of in the wrong places. But had they achieved a full rollout and used them as infantry tanks in the same way that the British used Matildas and Churchills, I think they would have been quite effective. I have no trains. That's what I was going to research. Trains! I can never remember where that technology is because I never get it. What's that? Which does put a bit of stress on my supply lines. That also means that I should just stop producing that. And you should also have a commander. Let's go with you. And eventually Romania will come in as well, but that's not going to be for a while yet. French are attacking. They're in serious danger if they take this of being encircled in the future. But look at those French tanks go. Alright, speed for this. Now we're building the forts. Good. $425, so actually kind of close, and in fact with that mobilization we should be able to hit the manpower requirement. Then I just need the fighters and the mills. Or the factories. I need 2 more civilian factories and 13 more mills. Redouble tank development efforts. That is the Skoda armor upgrade. Equipment capture ratio. Ooh. And 3 of my generals get scavenger. That is just a flat recruitable population buff. But with the recruitable population, I kind of doubt that I'm going to need it. So let's continue with the military upgrades. Let's do the State of the Defense Guard. No, let's do this one because we are using those tanks. Our current light tank design is improvable compared to those of other armors users in Europe. We must redouble our efforts to ensure we are on par with them. "107 days until we get better trains." I was kind of hoping that the Allies would put more planes overhead, but they just haven't. Though we are shooting down a lot. Like the static AA is doing its thing. England holds back for a while, but we'll fight them at sea and in the air. I mean, there's a couple of British troops here. Not many, but a couple. No longer get the effects of the Sudetenland challenge. Speaking... Ah! Right, because we managed to remove all of the attacks there. That's good. Now those bombers, they're bombing my forts. They're trying to. And we have manpower again. How are we doing for tanks? We have enough. Let's go ahead and make 2 of you into medium units. And then we can just go ahead and train a couple more infantry. 8 of you in production. Army size, 449. Oh, only 372 in the field. Does this require army size in the field? Will never get to me. Well, so far, so good. Germany won't have the production capacity to keep up the bombing for long, and a large part of their bomber fleet is into war. Yeah, that's true. And also, this is early, well, late 38, early 39. So Germany still hasn't reached its ultimate potential in terms of military output. And because they failed to take me, they're also not stealing gold reserves, which means their MIFO bills are going to start ticking up quite painfully. Redouble tank efforts is done, so now we switch over to State Defense Guard. By establishing the SOS, we enable an organisation specialised in protecting our lengthy borders. Since the members of the Guard are militarily organised and trained, they will serve as the first line of defence against any border incursion. Still talking to Marine. Okay, next up. This is Skoda armor. I think we want simplified suspension because then next up we can get standardized components, which is the production buff. And I do rather want that production buff. We're at 150 political power. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait until we have 250 and immediately go to total mobilization and women in the workforce. It's my usual strategy as a democratic nation. Usually works quite well. Aftermath of the Chilean earthquake. I've just realised I don't have YouTube open. I am so sorry, YouTube. I was there staring at my volume going, there's something missing here. Usually I can't see the volume bars because they're covered by the YouTube chat. I'm fixing that right now. The annoying thing is I can't open the YouTube chat until I actually start the YouTube stream. And I can't start the YouTube stream until I finish the intros because YouTube gets demonetized. Because of the music I use in the intro. Hello, YouTube. And immediately there is someone with a swastika. Yeah, no. Bye. Beer was added for the Philippines, yes. Yes, it was. I made sure to. Never change YouTube. I'm surprised they could even have that as a user icon. Crazy. Okay, so. Machine tools nearly finished. But the one I really want is the armoured trains. While you might not like it much, there's also desperate defense for 5 more recruitable pop. I hate that doctrine. I refuse to use it. Unless I'm actually desperately defending with no manpower. Wait until I have the army experience to get some actual sub-doctrines. Meanwhile, we've got you. We're still working on you. Still don't have radio. We probably should get it. We should also get a computing machine, although that is still a little bit too far ahead of time. For my taste. That is also too far ahead of time. Let's get that. I take desperate defense almost always as a small nation for the recruitable population. Yeah, I must admit, I really dislike that being an option, actually. Because half of the challenge of playing as a small nation is supposed to be the population. So if you can just completely bypass that, it kind of renders the design of that nation irrelevant. I think desperate defense should only really be takeable if you've got like 50% capitulation or something. As opposed to something you can just take from the start, because it's as long as you're in a defensive war, right? Now it's time for radio. 49 days. Right, let's get some more production efficiency on guns. We have a slight gun deficit, but that's mostly because of this. So I can live with that. Desperate defense could put you 1% more recruitable pop in every level of the doctrine, which I've suggested to the game designers several times. I honestly don't understand why we haven't done that. But at that point, it is no longer my decision. I have provided enough feedback on that. Okay, merge the financial and state guard. Gain mastery per day. Oh, for 90 days. Dual artillery tracks. That's kind of an interesting one. Field engineering and max entrenchment. Field engineering is artillery, right? I think. Yes. And that is probably the one we'll be taking. Yeah, it makes engineer companies really good. Oh, buffs artillery. Huh. That I hadn't spotted. Oh yeah, we're definitely taking those. Okay, cool. Let's merge the financial and state guard then. With the formation of the State Defense Guard, the financial guards are no longer needed. Merging them in the State Defense Guard would help increase the strength of the SOS. Military police gains hit points. Enables editing of the Financie Stras template. I don't think that's something we have, is it? No. Oh, yes. Oh, those are the militia, but I don't have any. I'm assuming they're on one of the other branches. 100 army experience. Well, I think I know what I'm going to go for. Build engineering. Ordinarily, I go for operational stuff. So the fact that this is changing the way that I play is a good thing. What nation would you like to see get a focus tree or an updated one? That's a good question. I have to be a bit careful in how I answer this working for Paradox on this game. So clearly Australia, I would love to see Australia getting a new focus tree. because I know that whoever would be working on Australia is extremely wise, super handsome, and just generally all-round fantastic. Whoever that may be, in whatever future this may happen to be. Ground battle plan into defensive postures, field engineering, armoured cavalry, and ground assault, desperate defence are my go-to. Armoured cavalry. So my go-to is usually defence postures, although I have recently realised how strong mobile infantry is. Mobile infantry can get up to plus 20 organisation, all infantry. I thought that was only mobile infantry, but it's not, it's all infantry. So that plus mission type tactics, which is another 15, means you just get off the bat 35 organisation, which is really strong. And of these, infiltration can be good, but mission type is usually what I go for. Artillery, fire concentration is really strong, in fact borderline overpowered. Field engineering I really like, and I usually play defensive. I did do one game as Belgium, where I was using helicopters. Did I have air cavalry? I don't know that I did. Helicopter transports increases infantry speed by 20%. Huh. And then on infantry, mobile infantry, defensive postures. I know that large unit tactics can be strong. Assault infantry I've used before, because I like that support. The artillery buffs. Although, these are only support artillery, they're not regular artillery, which is a little unfortunate. I have also used individual excellence. I quite like that one. So yeah, I really like the new doctrine system. It's good. Oh yeah, I was looking at what armoured cavalry did. Got distracted. Guessing it's in here. Armoured cavalry. Armoured car defence and organisation. Sold. Light tanks. Motorised military police suppression bonus. Okay, that's quite nice. Motorised and mechanised infantry battalions, but not cavalry. Huh. Armoured cars. 20% suppression bonus. Armoured recon, soft attack organisation. Okay. Yeah, if you have more of an armoured army, sure. But I find I don't usually use... I don't use tanks very often, I don't use armoured units very often. Meanwhile, units ready to deploy. That's you two. I think I'm going to send you both to the Hungarian front, because I'm a little bit nervous about how well fortified that is. Although we're on the edge of finishing the Tier 3 fortifications, which is nice. 19 political power away from total mobilization, at which point my economy just goes whee! Shoots off into the stratosphere. Merge the Financial and State Guard is done. Fortification project is also finished at the same time. Fortify the Polish border. I'm an idiot. This just set all of these to level 3, so I've just wasted time building these to level 3. Oops. Well, let's get the Polish border fortified, just in case. Unfortunately, it doesn't add forts, it sets them. So it goes. Integrated Fortification Engineers adds mastery bonus for 365 days to field engineering. The problem is we're not being attacked at the moment. Enables Integrated Fortification Engineering Company. Entrenchment plus 10%. Ooh. Okay, I'm interested just because of that. Aha! Armour trains. Quick, build me many. I will dedicate you and you to its production. And we have 2 more medium tanks worth. of stuff, and anti-air and artillery we're now fine on. So let's do that. Okay, next thing to do. I was planning to get armoured engineer companies, but if I'm getting the integrated fortification engineers, then I don't actually need this. It's less than 2 years. Let's get ahead of time on our tank production. Meanwhile, CKD Pilsen, which is the train manufacturer. Trains get more air attack. I wonder which one I'm going to go for. Yeah, I think I'm going to go for the air attack, seeing as they all died to bombers. Plot twist, Poland joins the Axis and attacks from the rear. Yeah, that would be annoying. That would be very annoying. I think at that point I would basically have to give Slovakia up. We're being attacked over here. Ostrava, but it's a very, very small attack. And this is against my light tanks. Oh, I was going to upgrade 2 of my medium tank divisions, wasn't I? Yes, I was. Maybe you two. Okay, so my tank army is now entirely tankified. The Space Marines are real. Concentrated industry is done. Don't need you. I would like to have tier 2 AA, I think. So we can inflict more AA damage. I've lost 900 dudes, they've lost 10,000. 10 to 1 kill death. Okay, okay. Oh, hang on. He's now leveling these up way too high. Let's go back to just building military factories at this point. Although it is a little bit dangerous how weak we are down here in the south. So I think the next thing we probably want to do is militarize you lot. Oh, sorry, armorize. Not militarize. And also we have hit the all-important number. So total mobilization and women in the workforce. Booyah! Okay, economy, it is time for you to enter the stratosphere. I hear it's nice this time of year. King Zog submits to Italy. We have a train. Let's see how long it lasts. Germany's having to concentrate a lot of their... They do still do it. Poland refuses the German ultimatum, considering the demands it seemed inevitable. Poland would be forced to cede Danzig to Germany, and a Polish plenipotentiary would be sent to Berlin to negotiate further terms. However, I'm still not dead. We'll see how long that lasts. But what I am thinking of doing is putting an army on the Polish front, just in case. Although Germany is having to dedicate a lot of troops to defending against me and also defending against France. So Poland might be in quite a good position here. They have not yet declared war. We'll see if they do. Military factories. Okay, what am I short on? Guns? Trains. Let's have 3 of you on trains, and then we'll go for guns again after that. Just so I can put more boots on the ground. How am I doing for planes? We're at 138. How's this going? So I have now hit the minimum civilian factories required. I just need the 200 fighters. And the mills, but the mills should not take very long to build. Now that we're rushing those out. Speaking of which, let's double down on this. But going back more seriously to the focus question, honestly, I'd quite like to redo the UK at some point. I think that would be an interesting one. Mostly because I know most about British military history in the Second World War, and I think it would be a fun one to design. Who else? Thunder at our gates is Siam, Dutch East Indies, and Australia. So those have already been announced. USA could probably do with a rework, so could Canada. Spain I think is good, Scandinavians are good. Luxembourg, maybe? Ireland. Ireland really needs content. Albania maybe? Quite like to do more in Africa. Like Libya, Egypt, maybe Syria. Quite like to do Venezuela at some point. Colombia, Peru, Ecuador. Venezuela mostly though, because they are in that position where they can sell fuel to the Axis. One of the few. The UK and the USA are in need. USA focus is abysmal. UK, France. France actually, yeah. France could really do with a rework. Just to bring it up to modern standards. Kind of the same with the USA. Did I just let this... I didn't. Good. So, logistics behind the Sudetes. Supply usage reduction. That's quite nice. Recon. Don't really need special forces because I've disbanded them all. Division organization plus 5%. I would not say no to that. Oh yes, and this gets rid of the army experience gain reduction. We have received an anonymous letter regarding the meals and treatment of soldiers. Some of the evidence points to improper conduct by certain quartermaster officers. We must put an end to this before it causes greater harm to the military. France already got a rework in La Resistance. Yeah, but La Resistance is now the oldest of the still on sale DLCs. And it's showing its age. Plus, I would really, really, really like to roll La Resistance into base game just so we can do more with the intelligence system. Operatives. Espionage as a whole could really do with a rework. Like, part of the reason that we don't often do operations content is they are really difficult to script. Like, making new content for them is nigh on impossible. So being able to get in there and rework that would be really nice. Oh yes, Indochina, Vietnam. That would also be an interesting one. Especially as both Australia and Siam are getting content which often touches on Indochina. That's ahead of time. Do I need field hospitals? If I do those, I'm going to have to get helicopters, I think. We have a helicopter MIO. Helicopter Czechia, anyone? No, you know what? Let's get the engine. It's research buff. I'm going to use it regardless which one we go for. soundtrack for Gotadama was so good. Don't get me wrong, soundtrack for MCNS was also good, but Gotadama was just a whole other level. Really fun to design for as well. I hadn't really professionally worked with composers before, but as content designers, we are the feature owner of whatever country we're working on, which basically means we bring everything together: the art, the sound, the design, the implementation. And we're responsible for that ultimately. So we also are responsible for ordering the music. And the way we do that is we basically create a mood board. We usually have 1 or 2 tracks that we can order. We tend to break that up into peacetime and wartime. And then it's about the emotions that you want the music to instill on the player, which is something I hadn't really considered before. So you come up with like several keywords, and then like examples and references of the kind of tone and type of music you want to do. So for the Philippines, it was like all about the guitar. They have a couple of Filipino guitar styles I wanted to have represented. Meanwhile, the focus is finished. What do we do next? War College. Mastery per day to all infantry tracks. That would be nice. Max planning. Planning skill to new army leaders. And all current ones also get max planning. And that will give us to operations tracks. I like that it's giving stuff directly to the track even if you don't have them selected. That's nice. Being the brain of the military is a tremendous national and state responsibility. Therefore, the service of the General Staff requires officers of the best qualities in terms of professional training as well as in terms of reliability, self-control, tact and character. Meanwhile, we have some more units ready to deploy. Continue putting you on the Polish front. But because Poland's not at war, I should probably have you guys training. And I'd like to do that for you as well. It's a little bit risky doing it with the Hungarians, but I think it needs to be done. We're up to 4 trains now, that's good. Polish border is nearly done as well. Operating under entirely red air, so it's a good thing that I don't have any of my fighters up. How many factories we're up to? 14. But we should be pumping those out pretty quickly now. So Sweden's mood board, wartime music was full of death metal then, right? Just Sabaton. I'm not sure actually what theirs is. But the best example of this I have is the Belgian tracks. Let's see if I can find them. Here we go. So Belgian Memories is the Belgian peacetime. And this is, I think the keywords were like trepidation. Keywords were. Trepidation, but also hope for a future. Like, I didn't want it to ever be melancholic, but also uncertain. Particularly because their experiences in the First World War. conduct an effective defense network prevents unexpected penetration by enemy troops. So this is a choice between defense and attack. So defense. So that was the Belgian Memories, which is the peacetime track, which, as I said, was like trepidation, but also hope for the future and just memories of the First World War and how much it messed up the country. Then we have Hearts of Barbed Wire, which is their wartime one. And one of the things I really like about Hearts of Barbed Wire is it takes a lot of the melodies from Memories, but makes them more military. So Hearts of Barbed Wire, the things were like military pride, stubbornness and defiance against any attacker. Like, even though something like 90% of the country was occupied in the First World War, they didn't surrender, that type of thing. So I wanted Hearts of Barbed Wire to really evoke that stubbornness. Doing that, you can really see like the mirrors that dun 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 dun, which is in both tracks. The peacetime one being more of a hopeful, the fluty thing, and then in the military one being the trumpets, like the we're ready for war, let's take them on. And then the Philippines, if I can find those, it was Century of Hope and then Warrior's Heart March. So this is the Philippines peaceful one. So again, Philippines was about the guitar style. And then in terms of the emotions it is evoking, the Philippines at this point was the second wealthiest country in Asia after Japan. They were kind of going through a bit of a, not a golden age, but the worst effects of the Great Depression had kind of passed them by because their exports, particularly sugar, was still particularly impressive. And USA was protecting them. So they were in a pretty good spot before Japan happened. So it has more of a laid back, this is fine vibe. I would love a concert with the Paradox music done by the Danish Symphony Orchestra and DR Concert Hall. Well, there is actually a concert being done in Stockholm in September, which was announced 2-3 weeks ago. So you can get that. It wouldn't unfortunately be with the Danish Symphony Orchestra, but yeah, there is a Paradox music concert coming up. What? It was announced. I'll see if I can find the details. Now I need to double check that this is public. I'm fairly sure it is. Where would this be? Paradox music. Oops. Yeah. Is there an English version of this website? There is. That's location. It's English. Here you go. Yeah, that's the Paradox music concert. It's public, yes. I saw it advertised in the launch. I was 90% sure that it was public, but as with most things, I'm like, can I actually talk about this? Okay, so that was the peacetime Philippines one. So it was like really hopeful, things are cool, chilled, relaxed. And then you have the Warriors' Heart March, which was more based on like military orchestras or military bands, I should say. It doesn't have the long tradition of, not even Belgium didn't have that long of a tradition, it went up to 1836, but the Philippine one was even shorter. So yeah, this was the Philippine one, Warriors' Heart March. Very different vibe. I wanted this one to have like a bit of an American blend to it because a lot of the military in the Philippines was American. So it's kind of a meeting of Philippine military and American military. So there you go. A little insight into how the music design process works for at least the DLCs I've been involved with, and the countries I've been involved with. And then there's usually a title track, especially for the major DLCs, which is NTNS and Good to Damarung. And then maybe one or two others thematic, like Armageddon for Good to Damarung, because, you know, lots more nuclear weapons and things. Anyway, the other things that were going on during the game there is we have started to switch from doing the military focuses to more industrial again, as I feel like we have fought this to a stalemate. I don't really dare attack Germany, Although I'm starting to think about, like, how can I go after Austria or possibly after Breslau and these areas. So we have some options. And I might start trying to develop some tank units to allow us to move in that direction. The other thing we got was the improved tank design. These are quite a bit more expensive than the previous ones I was using. But they are also now using howitzers. You actually classified SPG? Yes, you could be an SPG, but I'm still going to use you as a tank. That's fine. And we are continuing to bolster our defences down in Slovakia. Encourage internal competition. Optimization tier +1. That's how you get those. Production efficiency cap 2.5. And military factory or production efficiency growth. I think I'd rather have the cap, to be honest. Within a company as big as Skoda, it is hard to keep everyone at peak working ability. Encouraging internal competition will go a long way to improving employee performance in our plants. And I'm also keeping a close eye on the number of military factories we have, because again, we're trying to hit that 24. Poland has joined the Allies. This is where things might get a bit interesting. Poland's joined the Allies and Germany's immediately pulling troops away. Classic. We have a military factory. What am I short on? I have the 200. Hang on. Oh, I need to deploy them. That's easy enough. And then readiness, and then I've hit everything. Well, in that case, I'm kind of might as well do this. So I can get the electrical grid upgrades. Then in 90 days we check back. That's 90 days of upgrades. Do I want to build resource gain per infrastructure? I'm assuming yes. Oh, but it takes a building slot. No! There are 3 of these I'm probably going to want. When does this finish? March 1940. So, like 70 days. Really want it in here. I think it's probably even worth removing 1 military factory here just so I can build the electrical grid. And set that to be the priority. Okay. More units ready for deployment. Good, because we're going to need them on the Polish front. But now everything is protected on the Polish side, so even if Poland falls, which right now doesn't look likely because Germany is really split between a lot of different locations. That's still 100% ahead of time. I think I'm going to go for the field hospital. I'm really tempted to go for helicopters. Resource need. This is aluminium. About reliability, I can replace those easily enough. It's kind of a question as to whether the Soviets go after Poland, at which point it will be the Allies versus the Axis and the Comintern. Forget how low it was. Better? Follow-up question to you would be, what mechanic or mechanics would you want to see added or reworked? At some point, personally, I want to see the alliance system completely reworked. We literally just did that. That was the faction system from No compromise, no surrender. France has called Poland in. Ah, they were not in the war, and Poland is losing. Oh dear. This may go poorly. Well, that's why I set this up as a fallback. Poland, go defend yourselves. I don't need you here. Our borders are about to become significantly bigger. But this is also kind of what Germany needed to do. Get some strength back. Otherwise that was going to be a forever stalemate. To the point I was actually starting to think, like, where can I attack? Where can I do some damage here? But yeah, rework stuff. Intel system is the big one. I would really like to rework the Intel system. Espionage, sorry, not Intel. Goes Warsaw. So this front actually held. Came from Königsberg. Level 4 of these 3. Do I want to upgrade those to 5? I think I might do. Ooh, there's none here. So those last two. I'll take the main priority. And then I need 150 political power for this. I also need to deploy those fighters. Just go ahead and do that. Political power I should get soon enough. I'd like to see changes to Lend-Lease. Yes, actually, Lend-Leases and licensing. That would be something nice to look at. For sure, for sure. I can get more divisions. I think I should. How am I doing for tanks? I have 100. So at this point, I think I might as well just start producing tank divisions from scratch. And there's another 12. And we're very close to the army experience needed for another doctrine, which will probably be operations. They're attacking me again. At the one place there's 4 divisions defending. Speaking of which, I really need you there. Encourage internal competition is done. And you know what? This last guy, I think we might try and get the fortification engineer. However, I need to save political power. Don't do that yet. Oh, why'd that go down so much? Well, let's do those warehouse inspections. Because that will then be 76. 30 days, 180 days, never mind. You know what, let's do a junior officer recruitment effort. 60 days, that's more reasonable. And then another focus. Now that can't be done until level 5, but our maximum tier is now level 5, so we should hit that. In the meantime, I think we should get the joint stock schemes. Well, actually, ironworks. Oh, that's only an industrial concern. Joint stock schemes have served as a source of economic growth when traditional funding sources were lacking. Continuing to leverage these tactics will lead to further growth in our economy. Alright. And then we have some more factories. Now what am I short on? Guns, tanks. Those are the main things. And yes, I should try to buy some more stuff. Unfortunately, if Poland dies, I lose my overland access. Well, at the moment I'm getting it through Italy. But that obviously isn't going to last forever, so we're going to need to be a little bit adaptable when it comes to where I get this stuff. Although actually, if the Soviets take this part of Poland, as per Molotov-Ribbentrop, I will be able to trade with them. Because I will have a border with the Soviets too. Poland is putting up a fight. Germany's definitely attacking and taking them way slower than they have in the past. Hospitals. Yeah, still too far ahead of time. Let's go ahead and upgrade the field hospitals. Now, do I want to assign field hospitals? You know what I don't have? I have no trucks. I should probably start producing some trucks. So. Days until you're done, you'd be one short. That would be so frustrating. I'm glad I started this one. Meanwhile, my train lines are now fully sorted. So that's good. And they're all armoured. I don't know how possible it would be, but I would like to have actually make convoys for Lend-Lease. Like one convoy can hold X amount of stuff, so say like 5 convoys can hold X. Then you assign a Navy task force to escort it. It kind of works that way already. Like the more stuff you're sending and the further you're sending it, the more convoys it requires. I do think that it could do with being buffed up a little bit, particularly the distance. Because one thing I do dislike about the trade system at the moment is it doesn't really cost you that much extra, like trading from the USA, going around the Cape through Suez and then trading with this bit of France, for example. So going like all the way around here to trade here with France rather than just going bloop across. This should be so much more expensive than this. And at the moment it doesn't really feel like it is. We have enough for another doctrine. Although actually, before I go doctrine, you know what? I really want to do this and get tenacious defense. The earlier we get that, the better, because then as characters level up, they will actually get more stats, which is more good. Diversify Batar. Lack of resources, civilian factory. Infantry equipment production cost, support equipment production cost. Oh, that's that industrial concern. While active, the concern adds production to Moravia. That's so nice. We need to do that with all of the industrial concerns. Rather than it just... Well, actually... Oh, that's to a province as opposed to overall. Interesting. Because the other one, this one's like plus 10 steel. That's, you just get 10 in your stockpile. This, at least, can be modified by infrastructure and stuff. So that probably is the better way of doing it. Refinery construction speed. I am wondering if fuel is going to be a problem. It would be less of a problem if I had this. That requires excavation 1. We could start doing all of these. I think that might be a good idea. Yeah, let's get this and then the dam as well. The power grid in our rural areas needs further work. It's fallen behind the rest of the country and is a hurdle for making more economic progress. Is that thing level 5 or is 5 the max? Yes. Both of those statements are true. German interest in Scandinavia. Germany has declared war on Denmark. Iceland declares neutrality. Denmark has declared peace. Poland still lives. But for how long? Wow, they've taken a lot of casualties. Oh, because all of this was surrounded, encircled. Yeah, fair enough. The Soviets lost the Winter War. They didn't gain any territories. Right. It is 1940. We already have that. This is less than a year ahead of time, and as I've said before, I love construction buffs. Should fuel costs be an issue for distances like that? At the moment, convoys don't cost fuel. I think they should. Ah, scooter officers. Nations in this region will be more likely to purchase our weapons from the international market. Do you do that? I need to see how they've done that. For my own efforts. I'm going to make a note for myself to look into how they've done this. Where's this? Write note to self. And this is Skoda officers. Trade buffs. And then remind me on Monday. Well, at the moment I'm not selling anything on the international market, so those aren't so useful for me right now. So, political... No! No. In 4 days we can do this, I think. Yes. No! Yes. And that finishes. 2. Come on. 2. 1. Ready for anything. So we remove prepared army, which gets rid of the entrenchment speed, the planning speed, and the fort repair speed. And we get ready for anything instead, which is entrenchment speed, party popularity, stability, war penalty, war penalty, stability modifier, planning speed, command power multiplier, and fort repair speed, which should be all of the buffs from this. Without the penalties. And that also removes the balance of power system entirely, so I don't need to worry about it ticking down. Okay, nice. So we are now permanently a good military. Wartime exception. The Czechoslovak Republic is in a state of war. Normally an election would be held at this time, but being in the midst of an important conflict, many argue it cannot afford to spend the time on political campaigning or change the leadership that might come about. I suspect that our stability goes over 100. Although our democratic strength is actually growing constantly. There's no real downside to this. We'll worry about democracy when the war's done. It's fine. Formation of the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere with the proposed objective of ensuring economic self-sufficiency and cooperation amongst the member states, along with the resisting of the influence of Western imperialism and Soviet communism. For Monaro Konoe has today announced the founding of the Diatoa Kyokan. That is way too far ahead of time. That is not. Let's grab better engineers. And also, speaking of engineers, for some time now we've had access to the... Oh, they're not alone. They're not. Where are they? this? Enables integrated fortification engineer. Oh, it buffs the engineer company. Because technically that's a technology. Because of the quirks of how this system works. Okay, so our engineer companies are better. Now, is that only engineer companies, or is that going to apply to armoured engineers too? Let's research them. Does the check tree get updated if you don't own the DLC? No, it does not. That's what the DLC is all about, is updating this DLC. Updating this focus tree. Have I tried Dutch weed? Not really my thing. So no. I think it's time for a dam. Building a dam near Slappy would lead to greater power generation and economic opportunities in the area. The increase in power generation will greatly help in growing our industry in the region. Let's grab that. Special project. What's the this thing? Were there not already armoured engineers? No. You still need to research them. So I unlocked the engineer equipment, but not how to actually use them yet. Once this technology is done, I'll actually be able to assign armoured engineers to my divisions. Hey guys, I have a question. Is the buff for cavalry applying to tanks or to separate? Cavalry is usually to cavalry. It should say in the tooltip what it applies to, though. So, for example, if we go to... It should say like this. It'll have a breakdown. All infantry, motorized tech, motorized mech, infantry, motorized mech, whereas if it's cavalry... is there a cavalry doctrine? I think there is. Yes, there is. It'll be like this. Mounted infantry. Cavalry recon detachment. It'll specify. I forgot we changed the name of cavalry to mounted infantry. Good change. Because it's far more indicative of what they were in this time period. Italy has joined the war. Which means that some of my trade is now cut off. Can't buy from France anymore. So I will have to buy more from the Soviet. Soviet. That's enough. Finish these fortifications and we'll have level 5 along the entire Polish border, which will be good. And then after that I might try and build a aeronautics research center. Can I actually you up now? We'll put this in Moravia. The reason for that is because I think I am going to do helicopters. We're going to go all in on fancy support units. Poland seems to have secured their lines now. Germany's struggling to push anywhere. Which is an interesting state of affairs, although now Italy is pushing against France. France might struggle a little down here. Oh no, they've redeployed. They have reinforcements coming in. And you really don't need this many men guarding that area. Although now that Germany is at war with Poland, I wonder if they'll do around Maginot. Naval invasion? Naval invasion? What do I care about naval invasions? Naval invasion. Oh yes, these are also only level 3. I should probably have them upgrade to 5. It would be quite nice to get the fortification engineer so we can get all of that stuff done faster, though by the time we have the political power for him, we may not need it anymore. The Netherlands caved to the British. Good. Hungary joins the Germans. I knew it was going to happen. Well, we have another whole line of units that will be able to join shortly. Oh! Someone was saying that Romania had joined the Allies. I hadn't realised that they had actually joined the Allies. They have. Oh shit, that means when Bessarabia happens, we'll be going to war with the Soviets. Currently, Romania is dying and dying quite hard. Well, I now have 21 divisions here. Testing my defences. Weekly. Mostly Italians showing up. Those two tank divisions preparing. Hospital. Is there anything else I want? I mean, logistics is nice, especially if I want to get the logistics helicopters. Sloppy Reservoir is done. So the dam is finished. I never did get Excavation 1, we should. I think we want to diversify the Patars. Ooh, Master of Armaments. This looks even better. Factory output, just raw output, that's huge. Production efficiency growth, and military factory construction speed. Skoda Works has been the largest arms manufacturer within our borders since the days of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Their expertise and experience are unmatched amongst the industrial conglomerates in the country. It's time we elevate them to the title of the Master of Armaments. And we can get mass production. Seems reasonable to me. And better trains. Efficiency cap, production efficiency. This is railway artillery too. So I should probably research railway guns. This is more like World War I than World War II with the static fronts, yeah. But I have a very bad suspicion that the Soviets are going to join against us. See? Then at that point Poland dies and maybe Romania does too, probably. Depending on whether like British troops can get to you. Spread attacks in the south. Yeah, see, this is why I need these forts built. Thankfully, I had enough capacity to actually move troops down there. How many troops do I have? 600,000 in the field. which historically is the number of troops that Belgium had at the start of the war. Okay, so that was the armoured engineers done. Excavation. I want excavation so I can get that fuel. Get the fortifications engineer, and that'll let me fortify that much faster, which will get me to level 5 forts. Oh, they're attacking Poland again, at which point they'll start putting pressure on my northern front. So I think I do need to move some of these guys off of here. Move them onto the Polish front, just so we have more troops there, although they're going to be defending mostly in the mountains. Another naval invasion! Military industrial organization, research bonus, production. I think I'm going to go for that one. You are Mr. Uber Defense, so let's get you ambusher. Your divisions will now have 39% entrenchment bonus. Okay. Oh, Poland's been cut off. I think Poland is about to die. There it goes. What are you doing here? Tsardom of Bulgaria has joined the Axis. Well, in terms of kill deaths, I'm still leading the pack. 109,000 inflicted, 10,000 lost. But the problem I'm going to have is they're going to start squeezing me for resources because my trading partners are dying. I'm just able to hit that position pretty hard. How many tanks do I have? 350. Cool. I think that you guys want to have some tanks. And I think you want to have a tank. And I think you want to have a tank. Not that type of tank. That type. How many tanks was that? 3 more. You get a tank! You get a tank. You get a tank. Everyone gets a tank. Yeah, there are 4 up. You down. So that position's looking. Now I have my border with the Soviets because Molotov-Ribbentrop did its thing. Go ahead and deploy you. 2 more tanks for that army. That is a large portion of this army. Another naval invasion. That's not going to get old. I have lots of guns, so I think I want to increase the number of artillery I have. Oh, short tungsten. Soviets. We'll continue buying from the Soviets. I'm sure this is not going to bite me in the arse at some point. Trucks, so I can start motorizing. More production? Mind if I do? So one thing I am lacking down here is air power. Although it looks like they've given up sending aircraft to my territories. So that's good. Ah! Why is that empty? Whoa! That would have been bad. Okay, focus. Factory output, just raw 2.5%. Sure. Praga has been the source of various components for our military industry for years now. It's logical to reward them with additional contracts to help them grow further. How are the forts coming along? They're coming along. They're holding pretty nicely. There it is. Netherlands joins the Allies. I don't know whether that's an around Maginot or just the Dutch go with the Allies, I suspect. Actually, considering they caved to the British, that probably is just go with the Allies. One other thing I've totally forgotten to produce is these. So any military factories I get can go into that. Let's do one less in trucks. One less in planes. And let's go down to just one. On trains, seeing as we have 53 in storage now. So I do need yet more tungsten. That's fine. Soviet Union claims Bessarabia, and there we go, Romania has died. Okay. How is Japan doing in the east? Pretty well. October 40. The Dutch, however, they're on the offensive. Huzzah! I don't think it'll last. Also, I should have gotten this ages ago. And infantry, I cannot afford yet. We're actually really close. You attacker. Well, there's slight reprieve in offensive affairs. It's giving me time to build my forts, which is probably not good for them. What a nice friendly hug box you made for yourself. At least the heating bill is low. True. Ooh. France, meanwhile, kicking ass and taking names. I wonder how long that's going to last once the Dutch are gone. There goes Yugoslavia. Cargo contracts are done. Tatra. That's the armoured cars, I think. Moving my way down to the best is good enough. Only the best is good enough. How long do I have on you? 34 days. That's a 70. That's a 35. Well, let's do this one. Trinex Steelworks has been a titan of industry in Teshinko since its founding. Further investments could give us massive dividends in resource production. Well, alright then. Meanwhile, military factories. What do I have and what do I need? I can deploy more medium tanks. I probably should. I think I should probably just keep building more. And I will need to buy more steel. It's going to be really bad if we go to war with the Soviets. But they have no reason to declare war on us anymore, actually, thinking about this. Bessarabia's already gone. Poland's already gone. And the next thing that will happen will be Barbarossa. Oh, at which point they may lose this front, and then I am fully surrounded. What's this? Praga. Ah, these are the automobiles. Let's get that production done. And Praga Aviation as well. Helicopters, baby! Yeah, production. Sounds good to me. Getting closer. Oh, the attack on Amsterdam has begun. Although the Dutch are in their defensive quadrant now. This is where they get quite hard to break. But of course they're still trying to counterattack for some reason. I'm sure that's going to go fine. Totally fine. No problems. Yugoslavia is putting up a fight. Croatia's been split out, which doesn't help. Yay! Moraine said that he would change the French guarantee system to what I recommended. Because they're still working on post-release patches. Would be great if you could also stockpile some of the resources needed for manufacturing. Yeah. I mean, I think part of the reason that Hoy is so successful is because it doesn't go into too crazy detail. Speed and agility, that is production efficiency. Because the economy is more simplified, so you don't need to worry too much about that, you can just get into the meat and the nitty-gritty of fighting a war. But also, I kind of prefer it to be a little bit more detailed in that way. Oh no, another naval invasion! There's the excavation. And a day later, that other focus should complete. There it is. So now I should be able to get the oil wells. Which at the moment has not been a problem, but if they do a major offensive against me, with the number of tanks that I have, that could be problematic. Maybe I should build some synthetic refineries. Despite their size, our smaller wells can produce a lot more than the tiny amount of oil they currently produce. All we have to do is invest in the time to make it happen. Should also start researching oil efficiency and synthetics. Synthetics would let me make rubber too. Yeah, I should really do synthetics. Whitey is here, coming in with a 76-month resubscription. Thank you very much for the ongoing support there. Whitey is here. Also, Smirknowski and Skyclad Observer, thank you very much for the follows. Welcome to the channel. Good to have you joining us. Meanwhile, time for some infantry. So, I'm thinking defensive postures for that 20% entrenchment is probably the way to go here. You can get 40% entrenchment. And another 10% organization, 10 organization. As tempting as that 20 org is, defensive postures is the way for us to go. Peru declared war on Ecuador. Now I do have 3 full wings of not terrible fighters. So let's give ourselves a superiority, shall we? Buff on getting these. That would be really nice. Okay, put a supply down there. Let's see if this helps. It should. Meanwhile, another technology. It is time for me to get fuel refining, although, you know what, let's get some big oil experiments so I can actually start building some synth refineries if I need to. Because my lack of fuel does concern me a bit. There goes the Netherlands. There's unfortunately a bunch of French that are about to get encircled there. Norway held out quite a long time. Kudos. Meanwhile, I am still the one to have done the most flipping hell. Italy. Buddy, what's going on? Diversify refinery process. This gives refinery construction speed, research buff for synthetic resources, and enables Apollo as an industrial concern. We might well want to switch to this. Yeah, I think we probably will. Oh, and this upgrades Apollo even further. Yeah, 100% we're going to use Apollo. Okay. Muller and Kapsa has done us very well. We're going to be switching to this soon. Bulgaria military tech exchange. Iraq has had their uprising. France has pushed out. They're now defending the Siegfried line against the Germans. Which is kind of hilarious. And Germany's really trying to push them back, and France is just like, no! So I will join all of your wars. Gotta say, so far France has done well. I'm very confused, or very concerned as to when Belgium gets into this struggle. Hey Marine, speak of the devil. Marine is one of the developers who made this. Everything else working fine. Yeah, everything else has been really good. It was literally just that one thing. But as it turned out, it was fine. France and Britain still backed me in the Sudetenland crises. But just not being able to get that one focus made bypassed was frustrating. Because I really wanted the Stern guarantee as opposed to the, maybe. But this has been a fun one so far. Because of the level of my forts, they barely attacked me. So the last time I checked, I did have the most kills against Germany, and I still do. When Hungary flipped, they did a major offensive against my southern flank. But my fort line there is almost done, at which point it's basically impervious. Okay, what's next? Maybe I should upgrade aircraft. I already have tier 2 engines. Oh. I went with... Then it might be time to start thinking about caps. Japan is justifying political power. Was that something I was saving up for? Yes, I want to flip to Apollo once this is done. So I can deal with my fuel situation. It's not really a situation yet, but if they ever do a full front attack against me, considering the number of tank divisions I have, it could become problematic quite quickly. But thanks to my fort levels, I don't seem particularly interested in doing that. Okay, there's diversify refinery process. So at this point we then switch to Apollo. Oh yeah, we could do these now. Ooh, I've been hit hard by that bomb. Damage reduction against CAS would be nice. Although, getting the industrial stuff is probably more important. We would need heavy industry focus and at least one synthetic refinery, which at the moment we don't have. What's this? I don't have a tech for it yet. Tatra's capabilities, I would say... can do this one. Yeah, let's get this. Pata is a large consumer company that we can use to our benefit in our resource supply chain. They can help us by providing critical materials that are hard to come by otherwise. Railway guns, that's the other thing we need to research. What's the nearest supply? That's a little... If they take any of these provinces, that cuts off my entire rail network to the east. I should probably put a level of redundancy to this. Let's make it a bit Forts are done. We have level 5 forts in every single province on our borders now. Level 7 in the Sudeten area. Meanwhile, Germany is now actually pushing up against the French again. These French tank divisions have done astonishingly well. Engineer company, entrenchment. Oh, that's from engineer companies. Right, how am I doing on the old engineer support companies, and how much do I need to switch you? Just breakthrough. Just move you for a second, because I want to do some comparisons. So engineer companies has entrenchment plus 0.2 and entrenchment plus 2%. The armoured engineer companies have the entrenchment, but they don't have the percent buff. However, their entrenchment is 7.2 with that, and only 5.8. So this is an upgrade. Why is this an upgrade? Oh, because they add native entrenchment +5. Yeah, that's why. Interesting. Okay, so we'll go for the armoured entrenchment as soon as I can afford it. Which is not yet. And that is also going to require more fuel. There is a reason I am upgrading my fuel capabilities here. Would railway guns be pretty effective in this spot? They'd be incredibly effective in this area. Because they can always shoot at anything within their radius. So if I got like 1 or 2 super heavy railway guns, they could cover like... yeah, like 3 of them would cover the entire front. So I really, really, really need to research railway guns. You know what? Instead of planes, I think that's a better idea. A better use of my time. Let's get that going. 120 days. Perfect. Oh, they've pushed back to Maginot almost. Actually pushing through. Almost. It might fall. Casualties they are suffering is eye-watering. They're going to be in absolutely no position to do Barbarossa after this. 6, 9, 8, 10, 11, 10, 11. It's fluctuating so much. Peru and Ecuador have made peace though. All is well with the world. These French units are looking super beaten up. Like this war has not been without cost to the French either. Just double check my own borders. They love attacking Bratislava. They love being punished for it. I think we're quite well entrenched. Good luck! Plus I have air superiority now. Nice. Okay, CKD. This is the fast tank designer. These are the guys who work on the armoured engineering units. They did it. They're through Maginot. You're not entrenched, you're a dwarf settlement. You're not wrong. All Germany needs to do is declare war on Belgium. And then they will lose the war because mighty Belgium will resist. That's definitely what will happen. I need heavy industry focus for that one. I need heavy industry focus for that one. We might need to go to heavy industry focus again soon. Tatra is currently small tank department to some novel production designs. Giving them additional resources will allow them to continue to make advancements in armour design. What bonuses are we getting from Skoda? Medium tank armour plus 10% reliability plus 10% research plus 10%. Production efficiency growth 10. Industrial MIO cost down. Military factory construction speed. Although I'm not building any mills at the moment. We're almost at the point where we're building the aeronautical design guys. At which point helicopters. And another usage of fuel. Icelandic American air stuff. Chief of Air Force might be useful. Ground support sounds like the best choice. Oh, I no longer need the fortification engineer, so I can switch him out for something more useful. Ooh, big attack on Strasbourg. If all of these unified in that attack, look how weak these units are. Germany might do this just through sheer attrition. Yeah, I think they will. Oh, this is about 700,000. They have half the factories that Germany does. And they are fighting under red air. That's dangerous. That's also their airbase. Over there, red there. This might be it. And at that point, it's going to be mighty. Ooh. That's right. Back off! Oh, green again. Red. Right. I think we need fuel requirement. I need to prepare for when the siege truly begins. I think we're about to witness the fall of France. Although they're fighting bloody hard for it, so no criticism. You know what? We have trains now. We have a lot of tanks too, blimey. That's 1,000. Yep. Not quite. So that's 3 more of these. All because they refused to declare war on Belgium. Belgium's like, ugh. Actually, at this point, Belgium would be kind of hard to conquer. Because this is when their defensive buffs really start to kick in. Theoretically, although they probably don't have many ports on the French side. God, look how weak these units are. They've taken an absolute beating. Stronger units are on the Italian side. No, Greece is gone. Didn't even notice that. Synthetic fuel experiments done. Excellent. Let's get some synthetic refineries set up then. Probably should research more of the excavation lines as well, so I'm not so reliant on imports. It really depends on how Germany does against the Soviets, but considering how much stuff they've lost, Barbarossa's not going to be fun. Ethiopians fighting on. Do this. Logistics or static warfare? Another 10% entrenchment. Don't mind if I do. 10% entrenchment. 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 10 sucks. Oh, intel. Right, yes, I should probably look into getting intel. We have a thing for that, don't we? It's intelligence agency. Okay, once we've done this focus, we'll go over there and do that one. Which is right now. You pushed me. Our intelligence wing, Department 2, needs more resources to better protect us from enemy spies. This could also lead to the expansion of specific wings within the agency. Will this game continue after the break? Yes, it will. And actually, speaking of breaks, I should really take mine because I'm getting kind of hungry. So, at this moment, with the fall of France looming, and then the switching of German attention towards the one remaining allied nation still standing on the European continent, Belgium. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Because it looks like Germany's starting to do some probing attacks again. And I don't have any divisions in training. You know what? Let's set some divisions in training first. Before I forget. 16. Wow, I have a lot of equipment. Full army? Yeah, I can afford a full army. Fantastic. Okay, so I do have some backup troops that are going to be available for when the inevitable firestorm comes to find us. I should probably also build some more airfields. I have a lot of things to construct, is basically what I'm saying. But that is going to continue after the break, so we will rejoin this at 6 PM this evening to see where this leads. In the meantime, I'm going to go and grab some dinner. If you want to grab some food, have a break, do what you got to do, then yes, you have an hour and a half to do that in. In the meantime, thanks everyone for watching. If you've been enjoying this, then hit that follow button so you get notifications when I'm live again in the future. If you've been really enjoying this and you want to support the channel, then please do consider subscribing. Helps the channel out, lets me do more of this kind of content. You can, of course, check out the Patreon at patreon.com/MordredViking. Oh, right, we're going to 5 days. What else? I have a Discord, which is where the community hangs out. They're a cool bunch. And it's always a pleasure to see some new faces there. So come join us, say hello. You'll be more than welcome. But yeah, that's it for me for now. I'll be back again in an hour and a half, hour and 40 minutes, I should say, for a continuation of this game. With the fall of France imminent, Germany's ire is going to be directed against us. We'll see if we can hold. Until then.